stream, you're going to be joining potentially God's government if you like what I'm saying. And one of the things that I'm saying right off the bat is that we're trying to save your life. If you're on YouTube right now or TikTok, what we're trying to do is stream a hunger strike to support an idea to save you that could save your life. And that idea is a government worldwide built on pure wisdom. And that pure wisdom is what makes us different from all the other organizations you might want to find that are fragmented around the world and causing the problem that we're in. So you can leave a message for us in the YouTube chat. Every 12 hours I restart the stream, I check. And our email address is there, fairworldspirit@gmail.com, as well as my Facebook and some of the other initiatives that we're doing. Actually, I should probably put our actual website too. Anyway, that's in the chat. So, okay, that's done, Sahan. And now I'm just going to restart TikTok as well. Okay, so that's the hour sheet. So put in today's date and time, Sahan, if you could. We're going to get used to doing this right. Oh. Let me just. I'm trying to add you as a contact. How do I do this? How come I? Oh, I see it. What? How do I add? How do I change the name of this contact on my? Oh, create new contact. I got it. I got it. There we go. Okay. Okay, that's set up. Okay, great. So you got the hour kind of set up, and put in this last hour talking about this Sumanta. Just put like your time, which was 6. What was it? 6. Whenever we started, which was I think an hour ago. Let's see. It was 5:45. Okay. So go ahead, put that in there, and then for the description, just say talk with Sumanta, and then put that it's like an influencer. Like put the flow roll in there. Say this is an influencer. We're trying to build a connection with him. Uh-oh, did I have a meeting today? Is that one not blocking or something? Like 5:45, 4:40 and that is converting it to 24 hours. That's okay, right? No, it shouldn't be in 24-hour clock. It should be in 12-hour clock. Let me see here. Can't. Let me just hold on. Okay. Oh, go over to your. Okay. I can't see it, but let me just go over here for a second. We'll get you set up here, and then I'm going to eat something. Okay. What the heck? I don't like the whole like number. I like to have the dates. Why does this go wrong? Today. What the heck? What? Did you type in equals today, Sahan? Rather just put in the date like this. This helps much more. If you type it in, it's just easier. Okay, 5:45. Yeah. You mean like I just typed the date? Yeah. Okay. It converted it though, but good. Hey, look. If you look at the new box, it actually has a Gemini drag with Gemini. Do you see that drag with Gemini? Oops. What the heck? It has a Drag with Gemini box. Holy crow. This is hardcore. It's doing something really strange. Whoa. Okay, something very bizarre is happening. Anyway, so let's do the first hour properly. So 5:45 until when did he leave? And then put that in at the final stop time. And then put in what we did. We did influencer Samantha. Let's do that. And okay, and I need to call these people. And I made my hours as well, so I'm gonna start doing it as well, so that you're not the only one. Ugh. What the heck? How come it's putting it in? It's putting it in military time. Why is it doing that? Hold on. Okay. I'm just gonna change the formatting, Sahan. So 1 second. Okay, good. It worked. Okay. So 8:45 until 9:35. We talked with Samantha, and we got our hours up and running. Okay, perfect, good. Now put in for the description. Like this is what you plan to do. This is what your item is that you plan to do. But then in the column beside it, column J, you're gonna say like what actually happened. Like what did you accomplish? Did you actually achieve it, or did something go wrong, or did it go faster, or whatever? Um, okay, and well, okay, great. Okay, good job, Stefan. Thank you for doing that. I think we're on day 425. Okay, great. Okay. Okay, all the streams are back running since I started the day late. Uh, oh wow, my hunger strikes are starting to work, Sahan. Actually, I should probably end this. Um. Shoot. Which one is this? Okay. Okay, so that's done, Sahan. Okay. Um. Yeah, he'll be. So we want to end next. You know what? We should probably end each thing with a forward-leading thought. So, the summary. Let's do this. Forward-leading actions. So, 1, meet in 10 hours. 2, he is going to look at or do the gift exchange form. And then number 3 is he is going to look over fairworldspirit.com/. Okay. All right. So that lets us know what the next part is with him, and talk to Samantha. Not Samantha. Samantha. great. We talked to him, and he didn't feel comfortable with the form yet. He is about decentralized, and we told him the paradox of this and how universal logic fixes it. And we spoke about him wanting pay, but might be able to contact his uncle as a monk and funds, and invited him to all 3 levels meeting, anchor, thread, potentially big one. Okay, so that's did you see what I typed there? That's a real deep update. I'm trying to figure out how to pin my 62-day hunger strike because that's pretty serious. Okay, we're gonna unpin this one. Okay, hold on a second. There we go. There I go. Okay, so that's tagged. Okay, so Sohan, let's do the next hour here. So we're gonna go down to the next one, and you don't have to type the date in again. We just gotta type in the time. So 8:35 until 9:50. We worked on setting up the time, and now we're gonna choose what to work on next for one of the task items. What the heck is it? Okay, that's not what I want. Where am I dying here? What the heck, Sahan? Just give me a second. I can't find this video. What the heck is going on here? Okay. 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 Whatever. So I just reset my stream here, Sahan. What are you doing, Sahan, right now?
I'm sending a message to Margaret and Maureen. I'm trying to clarify that part of the people, the specific people that they should add the group in case they are friends and stuff like that.
Yeah, just tell them to bring their friends for Friday. We're gonna have another meeting on Friday, so what is it? Tuesday today? 1, 2. In 3 days, we're going to have another test meeting, which we weren't going to do originally, but I'm changing the plan just because we need to be making more progress. Like we basically have the rest of this week, next week, and the next week, and then I'm going to be considering to start eating or to start the hunger strike again, which is not good. I also need to call the government to start getting this money figured out. I'm kind of angry about it. So, okay. What I would do, Sahan, is fill out the hour first, so that like you're priming yourself. You're saying this is what I'm doing this hour, and get used to that. Like once you get in the habit, it kind of it becomes easier. Um, okay, so I'll do the same thing, and I'll put the link to my hours somewhere. So you can see. I need to eat something though. I need to eat something quickly. Oh, it just keeps creeping. Oh, I can hear those kids crying. um, Okay. Okay, I think I got that one good. I'm just upgrading this website because I'm going to be showing this to 2 people today. Okay. My computer keeps like it keeps almost shutting down everything. So really kind of a pain in the butt. Okay, I see your post, Sahan. Good job. We need to keep this golden group engaged. And we also need to talk about the voice recordings that I made too, right? about reliability, being on time, all that kind of stuff. We actually need to talk about it a little bit more. Um, just do this here. Okay. Ah, shoot, you crashed. Uh,
Hi, Ben. Sorry for violating this space. Venye nimekumbuka hiyo internet usideliver today. Oh, good. It's okay then. So utaniambia how you starting it and get feedback please.
okay. Let me make something to eat here, Sahan, and then I want to take a little bit of time to talk about the recordings a little bit more.
Okay.
Okay, just give me a second here. Marianne has her name as Delancey on that on the app. Okay, on the WhatsApp. All right. I'm gonna try and figure out that timer problem too. It's kind of freaking me out that my timers aren't working. Well, actually, my intuition is saying maybe we should talk about it right now for a second, Sahan. So just put for 10:15 a.m. or which in Nigeria it would be 7:15 p.m. for you. So 7:15 p.m. to maybe like 7:30 for 15 minutes. So what did you think? Let's talk about that recording. So what did you think about the voice recordings that I sent you last night or yesterday?
Better now?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay, yeah. So, what I'm trying to say is, yeah, what I'm trying to say is, despite the future levels that we have, is close to this point, but yes, it is getting late. The main agenda goal. Yeah. So, even if I delay for a few minutes, times, but we still get the things that we should be doing them the bigger part is still moving on. So there's no need of saying we have to abandon all the things that we've seen so far. Like it's no going on. So a lot is at stake now. We have put our next in few people. They're expecting biopics. Almost the other people will be asking the hey, what's up, then all that. I feel like there's no going back.
Okay, that's partly right. But I was coming down pretty hard, right? It's kind of scary for me, but I gotta do it. Because right now, if we're not gonna do good work, like if we're not gonna be accountable, then God's government is gonna get corrupted. And, I asked you like 6 times to fill out that sheet. And you'll notice that in your flock and in all the other flocks, people are gonna dodge that. And they're gonna do it in very clever ways. Until they trust God's government, basically. But I'm not sure what happened. Like I shouldn't have to repeat myself like 6 times to get something simple like that done. So I want to set a new culture, right? Is that if you say you're going to do something, you're going to do it. And if you don't want to do something, you'll be upfront about it, and then you discuss it. Yeah.
Yesterday, actually, yeah. So sometimes you can plan something, but if someone pops up there, so this woman or the kid came to see us, so I had to be like, okay, there, and then I know I have to fill some form and do all that. And you told me take the time. Take the time that you think maybe it's ready, prepare that, and then it's okay, I'll get back to you. Then after that, power went out till today. So today when it came back, I have to get all the things running again because if power is out, then you don't have internet. And if internet is out, you cannot buy data. But buying data is quite expensive. So plan monthly, yeah, unless there is very, very urgent or necessary information want to be relayed somewhere. Especially something like this now, but I'm not used to that.
Mm.
Yeah. So what I do is like the things that we say we do, you do them.
Say that
You
part.
have to get them done.
Say again.
The things that we say we will do, we will do them. We cannot escape. Like if I say we are doing a little bit of research about the mail, what he said, get it contact, prepare for the priest. That's almost happen. Because if I don't get back to the meeting and stuff like that, the main agendas that we talk about, the updates, usually I'm on it. Okay?
Yeah, but it's gotta be accountable, right? So, and I saw you taking some screenshots and stuff like that. That's great. But we have to, like, I asked you a question here or something. What did I say? Just gonna look back. Where did I say this? You got like 3 chats now. Let's see. So
And then one more comment before we even get up to that is it's not even about money. The reason why we should keep track of this is because hey, someone wants to see some work is being put. But if someone wants to like this payment needs to be done for this guy because of this kind of money, especially for me. But the thing is, if we get all the things that we always talk about into running, that's already big evidence of what is going on. So if you get the update, step our foot in the UN, get the update, step our foot in the church and get that going, those groups that are working, and all of this. So the reason why you keep track of the work I do is because of the pay. Right?
Partly, yeah. It's because the money is the evil thing right now. And the way that we have money, there's a lot of ripping off going on. There's a lot of distrust. And so if we transact through that medium, it has that limitation where we have to have trust with it. So people generally go about it in 2 ways. One way is that you can get paid by the hour. And then the other thing too is that you get paid by the task. So, as we get into the Pareto categories, and this is good to talk about now because we have to get into, we're going to be paying like massive amounts of people. Like we're not going to be doing just charity, right? We're building a government, which means that we're going to have to pay people properly. So if you pay people by the hour, the problem with the hour is that their productivity is different. Their time compression is different because of the Pareto categories. So we could pay based on tasks, and everybody who does those tasks gets paid the same if you do the task. So for example, if getting your priest on board, right? Let's say getting your priest to contact the Pope's head AI guy, that might, you pay that to say, okay, if you get it done completely, good quality, then that's worth like, I don't know, let's say $20. But some people will take, 6 months to do that. And then somebody with high Pareto categories that knows his uncle can make a phone call and is done in like, 15 minutes. So one person has to work for 6 months and burn all that time, and then another person has to work 15 minutes. So if we paid them $20 per task, and then this Pareto person did 20 of these tasks in one day, they make $400 in one day, where somebody else needs like 2 years to do all those tasks. So one person gets $20 in a day, and another gets $20 for like 2 years worth of work. That's where it starts to become unfair. So when we pay by the hour and not just the task, then it gets a little bit more fair, because we can say, well, maybe if it takes a person 2 years to do something, maybe they shouldn't be doing it. Maybe it's a different Pareto category that needs to do that. So that's why we're going to have to balance between hourly and between like per task. But right now, the safer bet is per task, because I know that the people giving the money that we're paying you with right now, they've already mentioned to me a couple of times that they thought I was getting ripped off. They're like, Mark, you're a white guy. The Africans are taking advantage of you, and it's our money, so they're technically taking advantage of us, and you're too much of a nice guy, and blah, blah, blah. So in some sense, they're right, but right now, where we're sitting with the projects, Sahan, is that we have enough real value now that we can tighten up the ship a little bit. Because when you're trying to get people to first invest in something, it is a negotiation back and forth. It's like, okay, well, how much freedom do we both have? And it was like pretty loosey-goosey, except for the checklists in the meetings that we did with Abu Bechi and them. But now we're going to the next level. Now it's like we're starting to get into not just paying by the meetings. Now we're doing like actual full-time roles. So like you're the first person that I think is worth paying consistently, because you stuck with me even when I couldn't pay you. You still saved my life, right? Like even when I couldn't pay you, you still did the thing, and you took a risk for me, so I took a risk for you, and that's a big deal. That's a very, very big deal in my world, and hopefully God's world soon. And I'm going to find a way to codify that. Like people who take risks, if you take the risk first, you get a huge recognition. But if you're forcing everybody else to take the risk first, that's the dead culture that we're in. That's the dog eat dog. But God's government is going to have a divine insurance plan, where if you take a risk for somebody and they screw you over, God compensates you because you believed in them. And that initial step, that initial I believe there's good in you, is the whole transformation. And you're going to get hurt a little bit, because some people are really lost and they will crush the hell out of you, because desperate people do desperate things, right? But as people get less desperate because of the gift exchange, they'll start to want to take that first step. They're like, no, you're sacred. I'm willing to take a little bit of hurt for you, which is what my hunger strikes represent. I'm saying you are worth it. And even if you don't believe in the sacredness in you, I see it. And you can start to get them to believe in themselves, which is what Jesus did on the cross, right? He died on the cross to say, I'm dying for your sins because I believe, I know you. I know your truth. Even if you're lost, I know it. And that creates a huge culture shift. So we want to start rewarding people for taking those risks. And you did for me. You did a couple of times. And I tell that to people. I'm telling that to my friends and the wealthy people. I'm saying, this guy is legitimate. And so that's why I think there's a chance here that if we track your hours and we see what you're doing, and that you're able to work these miracles, that I can now show them, like they're taking my word for it, right? But they're also thinking that I'm lost in a way, when in fact they're the ones that are lost. So if we have them, these documents to show them, like to show mine and to show yours, right? The only problem with my computers is that the coding is now starting to get so advanced that it's literally taking up all my computer space. So I'm going to try and get them running on the other computers, but my other computers are like 15 years old and they're all junk. So it's hard. I'm transitioning with you. But if we show them that what you did with your hours, then it's like irrefutable, right? On the website, like all those blessings we did, I tracked them. Like there's 10 archives when we were doing the Herculean checklist. I was fixing it on the website last night. There's 10 archives. And so the AI was able to go through the whole thing and see all the thousands of blessings we did. And so that's the kind of accountability that we're taking to the next level. And I know that if we show this to the right people, they're going to want to fund it. Like, I just feel like if they see us doing the work, they're going to be like, hey, you're not scamming us? We're like, no, we're not scamming you. We're literally trying to save your life. And you need to be doing these spreadsheets too. Like, so this is how things are evolving. Like, it's hard to see how I'm evolving things, but everything is alive. It's all being pushed forward. So you and I are not working at the same level as before. Now we're trying to not just pay you per meeting or per checklist item. We're trying to pay you as a sort of like a salaried position, like as an ongoing thing. And the checklist has now become hopefully soon it'll become a task galaxy. So informing content, we're changing it, but we need to crack down a little bit, Sahan, on this accountability, because if we get too wishy-washy, people will take advantage. Like, it actually sends a signal in the human brain to take advantage of you. So if people don't respect you, then they disrespect you through all these weird little ways. So in the beginning, because we're in a toxic situation, we're going to have to we're going to be uniting militaries. And the good thing about militaries is that they are very disciplined and they're very trusting, and they build there's a lot of good things to the military. The only problem with the military is that they don't know how to de-escalate, and there's too much violence. There doesn't need to be all this violence. We need to have discipline, structure, but we also need to have love, compassion. I was talking to a Marine, and he was saying the same thing. He said, Mark, I train Marines. I'm a Marine that trains Marines, which is an elite force in the United States government. In fact, it's the top force, or one of the top forces. And he was saying, Mark, the training is good in the Marines. It's just that it's abusive. Like, they do a lot of abusive things to break you down and whatever. So we need to have the discipline and the coordination and the structure to pull off a competition. Like, God's government is in competition right now with all the other power structures that are claiming to have truth, including the trillionaire companies, right? So I'm coming down on you, Sahan, and saying, hey, look, I asked you a question 4 times. I got a weird answer. It wasn't happening. So I was noticing that things were slipping. And like when I asked you, when I said, okay, when do you want to meet on this? I said, he said 9 a.m. tomorrow. And I said 9 a.m. my time or your time? And you said, yeah. Right? That's an ambiguous answer. It can mean yeah to your time or yeah to my time. And so those kinds of answers can't be acceptable because they're not reasonable. Okay, so you're going to deal with that with your flock, your 6 people, and whoever's in your wisdom teams. If you end up leading a wisdom team in God's government, you're going to be facing this. And you got to clamp down on it right away. Like in a loving, compassionate way, but you've got to stop it. You can't let it, even if we have to take a hit and we lose those people for a while, in the vow of unabandonment, we'll come back to them. But if they're doing bad work, it needs to come out because we will be rewarding people in a new way. And I just wanted to notice that, like, sometimes when we're talking, there's 3, 4, 5 times that I ask you to do something, and if you don't want to do it, you should be courageous and just say, hey, look, I don't want to do that, but here's why. And the but here's why part is what makes it a healthy dynamic. If you say, I don't want to do that, and you just grandstand, or you don't say your real reasons, then it creates a toxic culture. So as long as you give good, authentic reason, then it actually builds a culture through the storming stage. Okay, and this has to be done for another reason, Sahan, because we're adjusting for the Pareto categories and we're paying people for different amounts of absolute productivity. There's a lot of room for people to lie. Right? Because somebody could pretend like they have a disability. They can pretend like their IQ is not 150. They can pretend they're trying to scam the system. And so that's why it's very, very important to get this measurement piece right. Because if we're paying a Walmart greeter, like somebody who has an IQ of 75, to go to Walmart, which is like one of the lower class shopping centers here, very, very large and rich, but it's for cheap food. Cheap, yeah. somebody who has 75 IQ might not be able to calculate numbers, might not be able to do math authentically. They can't do these tasks authentically. But they can go and put a smile on and make people feel good at the door and greet them as they come into the store. And that's their whole job, is they just make people feel good and welcome as they're coming into the store. To somebody who has a Harvard PhD of 150 IQ, that's an under potential for them, right? They wouldn't get paid a CEO's wage if they were doing just Walmart greeting. But to the person with 75 IQ, that is 100% of their potential. So we're going to be paying that Walmart greeter. If they put in their 10 hours per day or 8 hours or 4 hours, I'm actually thinking 4 hours, then they get paid like a CEO, Sahan. They get paid like 200 grand a year in purchasing parity. So imagine that somebody who's stuck in the dead spirit comes along and says, my IQ is 75, I can't work very hard. And they come in and they're getting paid 200 grand for 4 hours, per month or whatever, or like per day, 200 grand per month or per year, whatever. There's a lot of ways to scam the system. So because I'm predicting that a lot of people are going to come in and scam it, like people that are toxic, we need to really tighten it up. And these checklists are a way to, and the Pareto category measures are a way to measure, because what you can't measure, you can't value properly. Okay, so that's why I wanted to be firm and say, look, even you, Sahan, and even me, because you can hold me to account too. It's not just me holding you to account. You have to, if I say I'm going to do something and I don't, you got to call me out and say, hey, look, you didn't keep your word. Or like everybody gets everybody should get 3 chances at least every so often, and then get 3 more chances once they prove themselves. But it's like, I saw bad behavior in what you were doing, and then you can do the same for me, and we keep each other accountable. And we're going to be doing that as a culture for everybody. So it's not just you, it's not just me. It's everybody. And when you bring your flock on, you're going to have to say, hey, look, what the heck was that guy's name? Whether it's your wife or who's that other? Kevin was his name, I think. Were you trying to bring on a Kevin guy? Karan, right, Karan. You're gonna have to call him out and be like, hey, look, I asked you 3 times to do this thing, and on the 3rd time, if it doesn't get done, then we got to take action. So maybe we'll have a 3 strike rule, where it's like, hey, did you fill out your hours? Hey, did you fill out your hours? Number 2, strike number 2. Hey, on the 3rd strike, hey, look, I still have noticed on that you haven't been filling out your hours, and we need that to get people to invest. So when we say the 3rd time, then we come to them and we say, okay, look, if your heart's not in it, if something is wrong, you have a chance to be honest with us now. Like, be honest. Why don't you want to do this work? Why are you on strike 3? What's the reason? And we say, we're still in the vow of unabandonment. We're not going to abandon you, but we're going to draw a boundary. We're going to say, we're not going to pay you to do this work until you reestablish trust with us. And we're going to return to the goodness in you in a month from now or 2 months from now, like I did to you, Sahan. And we're going to revisit the topic to say, do you feel safe enough to tell us why you didn't want to do the hours? And they might come out, Sahan, with the craziest answers. They might come out and say, hey, my mother was at this job that made her do these hours, and it really traumatized me, and I just hate it. I just feel like I'm repeating her lifestyle, and I just won't do it. Or they might say, yeah, it actually reminds me of slavery. You're a white guy telling me to take my hours down, but you don't have to have your own hour sheet? That's unfair. Why do me, the black slave, why do I have to get watched every day, but the white guy is scot-free? What is this, a plantation? Like, those are real answers. And the reality is, I should be keeping track of my hours too. And the only reason why I'm not is because I'm so overwhelmed, because you can see me on the screen, I'm working 24/7, right? Like, I'm not fooling around. I already have accountability. Like, you can literally watch me on stream 24/7. So I'm already being watched. But I should be keeping track of my hours too. So I'm going to start doing that. But you always, in the vow of unabandonment, want to get down to the authentic truth. Like, what is it that's making that person not want to do what we asked them to do? And when they feel heard, two things usually happen. One is that they're like, yeah, your reasoning makes sense to me. I'll do it now. I understand the task. I understand how it's going to help everybody. I can do that. I believe in it. Or number two, their heart's in it. Or number two is they have a legitimately good reason not to do it, which is like, yeah, this is too burdensome, or it's racist, or it's historically colonialism, or it's like there's a lot of things that people can say, and those reasons matter because they should lead. They're dialectic, right? They should lead to ideas, and when they lead to ideas, that's real value. That's how God is born. If the ideas align with universal logic, well, that's how spirit is born, and spirit is God on earth, right? So if you run into a problem like that, we should have a 3-strike rule. In fact, as I say that, that's exactly what we're going to do. And that's for prison time too. That's to be for criminals. You get 3 strikes, and if you keep doing the bad behavior, we're not fools, right? We're about wise love, not blind love. You go to jail. But jail has a different meaning now. You're not going to be treated like a criminal when you go to jail. In God's government, you're going to be treated like a citizen that is sacred, that has forgotten their sacredness, and that their behavior is different from their identity. And so what will happen is it's a learning opportunity without them hurting people. So if they're hurting people, all the boundary's doing is stopping the hurt and showing them where the hurt is occurring so they understand why it's happening too. But they get 3 strikes. And right now, in current leftist politics, there's too many strikes. It's like somebody's assaulting and raping people like 10, 20 times, and they're still being let out on the street and causing a whole bunch of victimization. That's crazy. But the conservatives are also too conservative. They're like, okay, if you're a criminal for life. And then they make you into a hardened criminal. So for us, I think this 3-strike rule to say, hey, I asked you 3 times. You can use that with me, Sahan. You can use that with yourself. You can use that with the others in your flock. But I think this 3-strike rule will help us stay accountable to God, right? Help us stay accountable to, we need to be making this progress fast. So that's why I did that. And I was kind of scared because I'm like, good Lord. Like if I lose you, Sahan, I'm facing death. It's like, how the heck am I going to get all these blessings starting from scratch? And last night I was thinking about that. I was like, damn it. I was trying to make a plan. But then you called me with your other number and you said, oh, the power went out. So I was like, oh, okay. I was tempted to delete my message to you. I was tempted to delete it, but I kept it there and I wanted you to hear it because we have to start cracking down on a bad habit that's happening in the world. So we got to stop that. So what this is leading towards is a new idea, and that new idea is the 3-strike rule. And unless you can show that you're in a double bind or some kind of like no-win situation, that 3-strike rule will apply in all situations for now. But if you can show that you're in a double bind and you couldn't help it, then that's the only way out of it. Or to get another strike, a 4th strike. Wow, that's actually really good. Let me write that down. But does that make sense, Sahan, why I did that?
Yeah, fully.
Okay, so that's the approach would be good for you. And you are doing the hours now, and you understand why we have to do the hours. And I'm going to start doing the hours too. And I'm going to put it on the website. And it gives us a way to kind of track things on the Spirit platform as a sort of sum total of all the hours that God's government is giving to the world. And it's kind of like it's a way to show Spirit in a nice way. Okay, great. Do you have any other questions about the spreadsheets, the concerns, anything that you don't like about it that we should probably address?
I think we should add a column like if something is done, then we mark it as done or in progress or some good menu somewhere. But it's not possible.
Like you mean like instead of typing in task 1 again, like you can actually just click it and it'll read off your to-do list and you just put it in there?
Yeah, so if we have this stuff, especially if we say we want to do something, follow up on the priest or something, so there be like progress. Then when we are done, we mark it as done. But sometimes even some of the things can take even a few days. They showing up for this, so we place them in progress. So if anyone come and see, like it's a task that we started, but it's still in progress because maybe the meeting is 2 days time.
Yeah, so this is where the checklists are starting to get a little bit more robust, right? And I was thinking we could make, like, now that we have AI, we can just make all these equations pretty quickly within a day. But I'm thinking to myself, well, we could try and do like a makeshift, like a stand-in or temporary, because we're basically gonna have to redo the entire task management system in the software anyway. So like the drop downs, the checklist, the task galaxy, it's gonna basically redo all that functionality anyway. So I'm wondering how much time should I spend on that, because it's very rudimentary, right? Like you're just giving very, very rudimentary instructions. And what I'm thinking is the one thing that might be worth it to do on the Google document is if we did actually have, if I made a really quick inline function that reads off of our to-do lists, and then it does come as a drop down, right? You just say, okay, you put the task in your to-do list, and then you don't have to keep typing it in each time. We can put that as a drop-down function, which I think is good because I'm finding it pretty tedious myself to have to go between the two spreadsheets. And then we can have a, I don't know, like a progress bar or something where like you can select whether it's like 10% done, 20% done. Is that what you mean, kind of thing? Like I'll add those two things as a drop-down,
Yeah.
and that would address what you're saying.
Yeah. So like there's no much typing and all these.
There's no what?
Like if you see, especially when we writing the date. Let's say the time is perfect because you have to enter it manually. But keeping track of it. If I come to this, because it will be a bunch of them. So if I come to this task, I can refer and say, okay, on 25th, we started something, but it's still in the progress. So if I can in just one glance, I can see I have, before I continue with the today's task, I have three tasks that are in progress. Because even if it's big, but in just one glance, I can see, okay, we still have this in progress, this was done and completed, this was done and completed, pending, needs a follow-up, so it will be easy.
Yeah, like projects. And this is exactly the problem that the GSD system, like the task galaxy solved, was the dependencies. Because that's hard. Showing dependencies and continuing tasks and task dependency is the hard thing to do with checklists. For now, like I would just put the like if you meet the priest like 6 times, just put all 6 things down and then just say the result was we have this accessed. Like we could just do that for now. Because to put dependencies into like Google Docs, like a spreadsheet, I think it might take some pretty serious algorithms. And I'm basically remaking those with the task galaxies. But for now, I think getting the checklist items in there and then marking it 10, 20%. Let me just think for a second. Actually, all I would have to do is add 3 columns. If I add one that has a drop down that says, here's a project, like a head task, with, it's like, okay, get the priest to contact the AI Pope guy. That might take 4 or 5 meetings. So if you suspect that a task is going to be bigger, then you can put it as a project task, and then you can like make a secondary task based on that. So if you have to meet them, like first meeting, you can select the project and then you can select the drop down of the task in the project. And then if you have a second meeting, then you can put that under the same project, second task and third task, all that. We could try and do that, and that would actually cover the basics.
Okay.
That's actually still kind of advanced, but at a minimum, you don't have to type the date in all the time. But I think typing in the task is tedious. Let me just think here. Yeah, for now, if we just had it as just like the drop down, and then you just give it a percentage of completion, then if you kept having multiple meetings under the same task and increase the percentage each time, it would still relatively have the same effect. So if you kept putting task one, well, yeah, people don't need to know the end goal to know that you're doing the work. Because these sheets right now are just, it's not to tell the people what is the end goal, right? It's not saying like, here's what we're doing to start God's government, here's how it does it. That's going to come next. We're just saying, here's what we're doing per hour. Whether it works or it doesn't work, we're just saying, we're actually doing stuff. So let me make I'll try and make the two drop down functions. Today, my main goal is to contact 2 people who are very interested in this, and I need the website to be running in order to do that. So that's my priority this morning, is to get that progress website done, send it off to the 2 people, and then maybe I'll work on the spreadsheet and get that done, and then I'm going to continue working on the code for Friday. Like the big launch on Friday is like the next big meeting. And you're getting the golden volunteers engaged. We should send them out a golden update. And a golden update would be like, we fixed like something like 20 bugs yesterday in the code. Everything from...
Yeah, I told them.
Yeah.
I told them that.
You told them that. Okay, good. But we should be specific on the bugs. Like now we can have 300 people in the meeting. Like we fixed the bug that the...
Actually, yesterday was 21 bugs. I told them like we fixed 21 bugs.
Shoot!
You're also working hard on the software. We fixed 21 bugs yesterday, and also today we are on it. We'll update one view also.
Oh shoot, Sahan! I had a meeting at 10:30 and I just missed it. Oh shoot! Oh no! I wanted to meet with this guy. Ah, that was an important meeting. I have to start setting my alarm. My alarms aren't working. Ah shoot. Okay. Shoot. Okay, that's okay. I was able to set up a meeting with the team that's working with Claude Mythos directly, Sahan. I found them last night. When I was making a plan to try and, like, when I wasn't sure if you were going to come back, I was making a plan to just directly go to Claude Mythos. And I found it. And that meeting was just now. That's okay. I'll reschedule with him. But the main goal this morning is to contact these 2 people. This big Hegel scholar guy is interested, and this other woman on LinkedIn from Harvard or something. But when I was trying to send them the core, I thought this is not good enough. I need to send them something better, like a better progress report or something. So that's where this website that I said to Samantha and to you this morning, that's what I've been working on, and it's turning out pretty good. So I'm going to finish that this morning. I'll get the hour sheets upgraded so that you can at least do a drop down of the tasks, and then I'm going to continue working on the bugs on the software so it'll run properly on Friday. And I might even, like, now that we got the meeting sort of semi working, I'm going to start working on the task galaxies right after that, because I think people will get very excited and want to start bringing on people and training them. and they're going to want to start doing wisdom teams, like not just flock strategy. They're going to want to do wisdom team stuff. So that's sort of the progress that I think will be very, very good on top of just eating and recovering as much as I can, which I should be eating right now. But okay, I got your idea, Sahan, so I'll work on that right after I do the website, which will hopefully be in the next hour or two, or probably 2 hours because I'm going to eat here. And then you're meeting the priest tomorrow, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so you should probably work on the Leo. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah.
No, go ahead.
Yeah, it's like that's what I want to think look into it.
Yeah, because there was that Leo thing, like having the Catholic Pope's quotes ready, just in case he tries to delay. And like I think that the way you might even structure the itinerary is like you say hope for the best. Like you have a section in the agenda that you have, even if it's on just a written piece of paper or on your phone as a note. You have hope for the best, and then you'll say, here's the 3 things you're going to talk about. And in the best case scenario, he's going to say yes to all of them. But then prepare for the worst. You should have a second part of your whole agenda, which is the same 3 tasks, right, that you're asking him for. Like contact the AI guy, give us an office space if you can, and give us some funding to pay you to do this full time. Those are the 3 main things maybe right now. I'd write those down actually, Zahan. Did you? I'd write those 3 things down. I just said them off the top of my head, but those 3 things are what we're doing. Number 1 is asking if he can contact the AI Pope guy and get him in touch with us. Number 2 is, will he give us an office space in the church like the other groups? And will he give us a little bit of funding to pay you full time to do the Catholic version of this? To be the first employee of God's government, maybe. I guess technically I'm the first employee, but I'm like unpaid. I'm paid by grace and blessings, but you'd be the first one paid like actually monetarily per hour kind of thing. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Okay, so what do you have them written down? What are the 3 things, or what were you planning to talk to him about? Let's make a list.
So basically, it's exactly not far from what you say. Just to bring it in a better way. So I think it was a space or a group I can work with, and where we can have a physical place where people can come and get all these good services. Then show like how now people can access and use the software even in the church. Making meeting, all that. That's the things on the down that can be arranged. Software. Yeah. Those are the 2 things I had in mind.
Okay.
Apart from getting him to contact the video one in charge of AI.
Oh, also, yeah, you also want to do a demo with him of God's government software, the Spirit platform.
Yeah.
So there's 4 things technically. So.
On that part of demo is where make show him the software and how it's working.
Yeah,
how it can help the church now. What impact does it bring to the church?
Yeah, exactly. And like one of the things is showing him the task galaxies, like showing how he can run one project and he doesn't have to run around after everybody. Everybody can see the project and they can sign up for it. Like if they're available at this time, everybody can see who's working on what. Like if you actually, Sahan, can you show your screen and go to the Fairworld Spirit /progress page? It has a couple of screenshots. Okay. Okay.
In the right,
Yeah, but why is it dark?
yeah, it's dark everywhere.
What the heck? Did it just change
Yours,
that?
yours is white.
Mine is white, yeah. What the heck? Hold on, let me just double check. Yeah, mine's white. I think you have your settings so that it's on like power save mode. That's okay. So if you scroll down, yes, Sahan, you'll see. If you go to you know what? I should number the cards. Go down to Task Galaxy from first light to today. You'll see pictures of the Task Galaxies. Go to the top, kind of thing. Yeah, go to the very top. Up. There's the passports, by the way. Right. Oh, I think you passed it. Yeah, rate. It's like this. It's like the third. Yeah, there you go. Oh, you just passed it. Yeah, it's the circles. Go. Yeah, go down. Go down. It's like the third card down. Down. One more. Right there. So you could kind of show him this. You passed it. It's the circles. The Task Galaxy. Go up. Go up. It's the circles. Like, can you see the picture? Go up. Go up. Go up. Right there. Do you see that? Right there. That's the Task Galaxy. The circles. So go down a bit. Go down. Like it has different versions of it, but go down. The one that you want to show him. Go down. Right there. That one. The brown one. So you can see there's the head task, and you can see all the other tasks branching off of it. And those rings are different dates. So like the further out from the head task, the closer to today it is. So you can also see that each node has a color, and that the color represents how that user would experience that task. So if you were logged in right now, Sahan, and that was your picture, that means that the head task, like the very first one, is green, right? Yeah, the very first one is green. So that means that our software is going to be checking your user profile and the profile of the task, and it's going to match you and give you a score. And what it's saying is that green would put you in relaxation. So you'd be relaxed taking that project on. But you can see that the bottom two tasks there's two other tasks that are red. That if you tried to do these two tasks, you would be in anxiety. You'd be very worried and in anxiety, which is the worst state. So you could say to your church priest, you could say, the priest, you're supposed to be at the head of all these tasks, or a lot of them. And you're supposed to be delegating the tasks to other people. And like, let's say he has to do mass every day, and we have to assign people to mass. There's a template that you can create. So let's say that this is mass with all these tasks. There's like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 main tasks that have to get done for every mass. He would have a template of this structure, and he would just drag it and drop it wherever mass happens, and then it sends out a bunch of updates to everybody, and it says, okay, sign up for one of the things that you want to do. And the system will match them, and it won't let them sign up for tasks that put them into anxiety. So it'll only let them accept tasks that will make them actually do the task well. So that instead of the priest having to micromanage everybody, the software will do a lot of that work for him. And he can send messages. Like, let's say he needs to talk to the two people that are in red. You can click on that task, and you can send them a direct message. And then he would say, so how's this task going? You know, is mass happening? Are we doing this? We're doing that. And it's a very easy way to share a project compared to a checklist. Because you can see how everybody's connected. Right? Right? So when I showed this to my buddy who has a ranch, he has a big ranch. He has like 20 employees. He gets so tired from having to repeat himself all the time. And I showed him this, and I said, if you had a task that had to get done with a lot of moving pieces, I said, you could just click on people, and they're all right there in that little project. And then I said, you might have a second project that you're doing with like 20 more people. And I said, look, instead of having a checklist which burns people out, I said, you have two little task trees. These are called task trees, or GSD trees. And you can very quickly see, without having to read any numbers, that there's two major projects happening in this task galaxy. They're separate, and there's roughly 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. There's roughly 12 people per project. Right? In order to see that, Sahan, with a checklist, would require 40 lines, and your brain would have to draw all these lines between people, which is extremely cognitively taxing. Like, I actually got AI to estimate how much better this is, and it said it's a 400 times return on efficiency for your brain. Right? So it's a very, very powerful way for big organizations like your priest in the church, or even the Pope, or even us with God's government, right? This is the new way to coordinate people without using task lists or without using checklists. So you and I are going to have to use checklists until I get this working. But I would show your priest this picture, and I think he would say, hey, you probably have 10 big tasks to do in the church each week. Why not put them as a task galaxy? And then you get all the people in the church to sign up to the God's government. They get an account, and then you would just send them updates through the app. And it's very easy, very fast, and you can check in on everybody. And it sends him real-time updates so that it gives him a summary report at the end of the day on what everybody did, what problems that they have, if they sent him a message, if they need time. It does all that stuff automatically for him instead of trying to squeeze it into 3 hours and then him trying to keep track of it all in his head, or whatever software he's using, or whatever checklist, or whatever notepad, or whatever he's using. And I think, like, when I showed it to my friend, that's how we got the $600 to do the coding right now. That's how I got the money. Is I showed this to him, and I framed it in terms of his ranch. And he said, you know what, this would be nice to have. So he helped. If we can get the priest to do the same thing, then I think that would be very productive. And the thing is, Sahan, if I can work on this all day today, I might be able to get this working by tomorrow. Or hold on, when are you meeting? How many hours till you're meeting the priest?
From now, 12 hours.
12 hours.
Because I want to get there a little bit early.
Right.
Half an hour before. So at 9, by 9 I should be there. So start from 9:30.
I don't know if I can pull this off in 9 hours. I'll try. I'll see. I'll see, because the code is working kind of good now. I'll see. So I'll see if I can get this working tonight, so you can actually open it for him and like start making his trees. Or like you could create an account with him, and when his account is made, you would go and like create a task tree for him, like literally show it. And like, here's Mass. What are all the things that you have to do for Mass? And you can literally go hour by hour. Or, actually, the only thing we can't do is minute by minute yet, which it's coming. But if he has to prepare a week in advance, I said, what are all the things that you have to do to prepare a week in advance? Do you have to actually, Sahan, do you guys have a meal after Mass at the church? Like, on Sundays, do they provide a meal?
No.
They don't feed you?
Yeah.
That's that's weird, because even Jesus was feeding people at a lot of his sermons and a lot of when he was teaching people. Like, he broke bread. Like, the Last Supper was literally breaking bread before he died. Well, in God's government, we feed everybody. And it'll be a gourmet, vegan, ethical, fair trade certified. The highest holy food that you can possibly get on earth is what's going to be served in God's government's church, in our meetings. All coffee, sugar, tea, and chocolate, all of it will be fair trade certified. There'll be no meat. There'll be no dairy. Everything will taste gourmet. Everybody who grew the food will be paid fairly. All this kind of amazing stuff is going to fix the whole system. So the reason why I asked that is because one of those nodes before Mass could be somebody preparing the food. In fact, we should probably ask him to prepare a couple of trays of vegan food that he could start to put out there during Mass or whatever. But he probably has a tight budget, so we should probably look at his numbers. Anyway, my goal is to try and get this ready for your meeting tomorrow. But if I can't get the live version working, you can show him the picture right here. Okay?
Okay.
Depending on how he responds, like, oh wow, even the order that you could talk to him about these things. Okay, I think you know what you're doing. I think tomorrow too, if for the first like while, you should have that Curtis guy on speed dial, like hanging around the church, so that if you can call him in, you can take action right away. Like, the priest might be like, well, I don't know, I have to, like, he might try to delay, but if you pull in that other guy, and the other guy says he'll help set you up, then the priest will hand you off to him and with permission, and then they'll start getting you set up in the office or something. Like, do you know what I'm saying? Like, do you see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Instead of letting the priest end the meeting by saying, well, I got to talk to my people, you will have Curtis there within like 2 minutes. He can walk over and join you guys, and like in 5 minutes have a plan where he'll show you the office, and he'll just like start assigning you a space or something. So if you message do you have this guy's phone number, this Curtis guy, the AIDS guy?
Yeah.
If you sent him a message, do you know if he's going to be in the church tomorrow?
Probably he's usually there. The only person I just texted to confirm is the secretary. So I think maybe I should give him a call before tonight.
Well, I would give him a call now and start preparing and be like, hey, Curtis, just, I really want this meeting to go well. We have to like go fast to save a lot of lives. Like, honestly, all of our lives are in danger, Sahan. This is real. This is legitimate. Like, just yesterday we read that the governments are telling to our faces that these risks of existential death, it's an existential threat. It'll kill our entire species. They're saying that this is real. So talk with that passion, Tom. When you go into those meetings, talk with that kind of passion. Even though they might not understand it, just like, hey, look, like, we're trying to save lives here. So if we can get this done quickly, like, that's what Jesus would do. Jesus didn't fool around. Like, if he could start saving lives, he did. He didn't waste a lot of time. Because when people are suffering, you go as fast as God will allow. Or the Spirit will allow. So I think that if you call him today, it's late. You're right, that's kind of unprofessional, but maybe a couple, like maybe early in the morning, like maybe at 6 in the morning, unless you think you can message him tonight. Just message him a
I
quick.
want to leave him a message.
Okay.
And then tomorrow morning I'll call to go talk.
Oh, perfect. Yeah, leave him a message today to prime him to say, hey, if you're in the office tomorrow, I'm going to be meeting. I'm coming in early, and we can meet up ahead of time. Just tell him the plan, or call him in the morning, whatever, and just say, if you're within like 2 or 3 minutes, walking distance from the priest. I don't know where these offices are. Maybe they're across the hall from each other. He's like 30 seconds away. Just say, can you be available? Because you'll be the first person in line, and you'll say, I'm just going to try and be the first person in line, and I'll talk to him. I'll present the system, and if it goes well, we'll call you in, and then we'll try and see what the priest says to get you set up, Sahan. So just propose that as an idea. Just say it might not happen, but if he's available, just be ready, and you could even do a presentation. But if you show up an hour ahead of time, you can even show him the software and go through everything too. But that my intuition is just saying have that guy there to be called. There's like text him and have him come in within 30 seconds to talk to you, him, and the priest, and make it so that it's easy for the priest to help you. I have a funny feeling Curtis will make it easier for the priest to help you somehow. Does that make sense? Yeah, son?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay. All right. Well, that's a plan then. So let's update our. Yeah. Okay. Let's update your hours like that. We talked about this, and I'm gonna send you. Say that again. Sorry.
No, I'm not saying anything. I don't know why my network is perfect. Somehow it's a little bit slower.
Okay. Here, Curtis. You get set up. Okay. Okay, I'm gonna send you the task, the agenda that I think you should do, but you do as much as feels appropriate there. Like I trust that you know how to read the situation. And even with me and you, I think that some of our communication issues on the online here has to do with the internet and the delay and some of the weird power things. But okay, so here, priest meeting itinerary. Okay. So you can add this to your checklist, whatever. But there it is. Okay, I think we have a good plan for tomorrow. I know what I'm gonna do. I know what you're gonna do. And how many more hours do you want to work tonight? How much energy do you have left? It's about 8:20.
I have to prepare adequately. I think 3-4 hours.
Okay, so you can hang out in this room. I'll be here all day too. Okay, let's hang out in here.
3 hours, 2 hours and 40 minutes.
Okay, let's hang out in here. Let's put some jazz music on or whatever music you want to work to. I'll turn the stream off so it doesn't get. If you play generic like cafe music, it doesn't trigger the stream. But if you want to play good stuff like Country Roads, which I love that song so much. In fact, I think we should work to it. I'm just gonna turn the stream on mute so we can play whatever music we want. Okay. The blessing goes out to the mothers and the fathers of this world, to those who try to make this world a beautiful place. Take on the pain of the world, have patience, but also urgency when required, good judgment, and always strive to do their best to help. Blessings to them. Okay, let's take a picture of this. Okay, my buddy just had his phone. So blessed, man. This is so lucky. Oh, good, you're back. Did your power cut out? This is exciting. Giving lots of updates. A lot of things going on that are starting to build up now because people are starting to freak out. On one front, the solutions we're building as God's government, the true government, or the wise government are starting to work. But the problem is also becoming real to many people. They can't stick their heads in the sand now. So we actually have two areas converging to supercharge the movement. Close. We need antioxidants. Oh no, I haven't been getting my antioxidants. No. Oh, shit. Okay. Oh wow, my legs actually feel really wobbly today. I think it's only half. I'm not eating enough. Yeah. Anyway, we're now taking my antioxidants right now. This is kind of intense. I don't recommend doing this necessarily, but I just had a meal, so it shouldn't be that intense. So I'll show you. We're just going to do a little bit of. There we go. That's a lot. That's straight close. Okay? Straight close. A little bit more. This stuff causes your stomach to get really upset if you eat it all at once. That's why you don't eat it all at once, like I'm doing. Nothing like chugging cloves in the morning. Actually, it's the afternoon already. Holy crow. Now, the scary thing is I should have been doing that since like since the first week. Darn it. I didn't remember. Well, we started our antioxidant regime now. I should have started sooner maybe, but I think I was getting some decent antioxidants. Let's look it up. I'm putting I've been putting in cinnamon into a lot of my dishes actually. So I know cinnamon has antioxidants, so I've been getting quite a bit of cinnamon. I had cinnamon in my cereal. This is like one of the only brands that I kind of semi-promote. There's absolutely no preservatives in here, and it's cinnamon. It has sugar, which should be fair trade certified. We're going to try and make them go fair trade certified, but it's the only ethical like cereal that I can really buy. I bought a couple other kinds, but I think a couple of them have BHT in them, which is not the worst, but not the best. And it legitimately says vegan on it. So anything that does that and goes the extra mile and has the courage to say vegan and isn't avoiding the label is promotable by me. So yes, so we have been getting antioxidants. Cumin, ginger, and turmeric are all incredibly high in antioxidants. Yes! And I put it in every meal. So So I've had 3 meals. So we've had about 75 meals with antioxidants. And even my cereal that I was eating, guys here, it had antioxidants in the cinnamon. Um, so I just give a super boost with my cloves. For comparison, while whole cloves are the highest of all the spices, scoring at 300,000, using the spices above still packs a massive antioxidant punch. So turmeric is 102,000, cumin is 70, 76, 79,000, 77,000, and ginger is 28,800. So if we add those all up, for 100 grams, that's quite a bit. 100 grams, I think, is a lot. What about per gram? And we are getting technically blueberries, which who knows how much antioxidants is actually in blueberry jam. Let's actually check. We got AI. Oh, it's not blueberries. It's Concord Great. Oh. I thought it was blueberry. Well, it doesn't really even taste like blueberries. This is dense. It still says Concord grapes do contain antioxidants. Great. So for 1 gram of cloves, and I just ate 2 grams roughly, maybe even 3. It has 20, so we'll say 3,000 eugenol. Turmeric has 1,000, and cumin has 768, and ginger only has about 300. So let's add up the numbers. So if I add in about a couple of grams every meal, um, wow. So even though cloves, the turmeric, cumin, ginger combination is 2,000. Curcumin, humindolahide, and gingerol antioxidant compounds. Wow! 1 gram of fresh blueberries has only a score of 46, uh, compared to 1,000 from turmeric and 3,000 from cloves. So there's like barely anything in blueberries. Wow. Comparatively, 1 gram is not a lot of blueberries. You usually eat like 200 grams of blueberries. Antioxidant levels moderately high for the Concord grapes. Oh, the juice blend has got a lot, but the grape jelly is low. Oh, there's actually almost nothing in here. There's 1 to 5 ORAC antioxidant points per gram of this. So 50 milliliters is maybe what? I don't know. How much milliliters, grams. We'll say 10. Wait, you're back, Sahan. So there's about 50 in here. 50 per tablespoon. So 50. So it's about 300. What I just had in cloves is like 10 of these jars almost. Yeah, actually. 300. Yeah, it would be 10. So that little bit of cloves that I just had is 10 times. It's like 10 jars worth of this of antioxidants. Just that little bit of that I just took. Incredible. Okay, Sahan, you're back. So, did you message me? Sahan, you can't. Oh, the Esther's here. Okay, I see her. Can you not hear me? Oh, I'm on mute. Oh, Favor's in here too. Oh, okay. Okay, everybody. Great. We're all in here. So let me stop the streams. Unless you guys want the streams to record this, but if we're gonna be honest, sometimes a private conversation is best.
Also,
Okay, the one that was like the 40-minute meeting we just had.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So they were like, first, yeah, they were like, nah. It'll be Sunday. On Sunday, we cannot wait till Sunday. We don't have that by your side, yeah?
Yes.
So I, look, okay, spare some 10 minutes. That's okay. And then, February is coming. So what about you, Esther? Spare some, a few more minutes, and then let's say, okay, 10 minutes. Yeah. So they all end up coming.
Good job, Sahan. You're a magic man. We have a saying in North America called Magic Mike. You're a Magic Mike, but you're a Magic Sahan to me. So, yeah, I really appreciate you doing that. And there's room. I think you're right. I think there's room to negotiate. There's one thing I can't stand. It's me being fake. I can't fake an apology. I can't fake anything.
Yeah.
So I can't give the apology the way that they want right now because they're not understanding the full context. And if I give into that fragmented context, eventually I get trapped. So that was almost one of the best case. Like the way the meeting went was almost the best case scenario. So I'll be working on it. I'll try and I think the first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to get the AI to go over the old archives because we literally just had to do it last night, right? So it's kind of like perfect timing. So it's all there. I might as well use it. So I'll run that. And what do you feel about the money though? Like, do you feel like you should get topped up more, or do you feel like they should get the bulk of it?
No. I don't think I want to take a portion of it. But at the same time, I don't want to give them. But I don't want to take them to myself. So I want to give 30 each.
Okay.
And then the 20 we can do. We were supposed to do something with the 20.
We could even just save the 20 for next week and see how it works out, and then we have a tiny little bit more to top up to say if they want to do more, like, hey, if you give us enough for our data, which is like, if we give them each $10, or we get Sumanta, we have to see what Sumanta wants to do tomorrow. So we have a lot of potential here, but we got to squeeze water out of a rock. We have to be very careful with these last dollars because it's all we have. And there will be more. There will be more, but I'm being careful, and I think that we're in the better.
We have to be really strategically now.
Yeah. So I get paid again. Like the government pays me again, like for free money. Like it gives me that back in October. So my next payment will be not next month, not the next month, but the next month. So it's kind of like I just got paid my tax receipt, my tax refund this month, which is what I used to help pay you and pay our way to this point. But yeah, I think that we'll give out the 30 to them once I calculate the blessings here and see what we actually owe them. I don't remember owing them anything, but I do know that they felt a little gypped because I did change the pay scheme all the time because we're trying to change the world. We're not trying to pay people. But if we can pay them enough to keep them going, and I think the data is really their only real issue right now besides the apology, we probably can afford that with the last 20 as long as Sumata. Well, we'll talk to him tomorrow. We'll tell him the situation. We'll say we have $80. What do you think is fair? And he's a new person coming into this, and we don't know him very well, so I don't want to give him like a huge amount because like he could just like go and do whatever. He could just leave and not do anything heroic. But I have a funny feeling he is going to do something incredible. So for now, I'm going to calculate the blessings, see how much, if $30 covers it. If it does, we'll send them both. We'll confirm with them. Does this clarify? Like, does this heal the past? And if they say yes, I'll send them both the 30. And then the last 20, we'll say, okay, the last 20 is to have you come and do stuff until August 7th. Like if I had more money, I would give it. Or we have to give like maybe $5 to Samantha. We'll give $5 or $6 to both of them to come to the 3-hour meeting. And then we'll say, I don't know if the $30 will cover this Friday. If the $30 is everything in the past and this Friday, then the $20 will be for them doing whatever with the the golden thread group. Like I think if all three of you started hitting that group up with positive energy, you could probably get them very excited, and keep inviting in our flock members, and like just make it a super positive group, and start sharing. Like we're gonna have to create another program where we're gonna be doing the matching instead of just on Fridays, right? We can do it 24/7, but people are gonna have to give us more. Like they're gonna have to sign up to help us do more, right? So it's like the ultra hardcore group, um, and that's where I think we'll be. Um, I could probably go onto marketplace here. I don't know. I'm thinking about it, but the fact that we generated something like 3 to 5 ideas just today, we did some healing. I think I think we're on the right track. So thank you for doing that, Sahan.
Yeah, no problem. Okay, we got up tomorrow. I want to take a sleep a little bit because tomorrow I'll be heading to the priest.
Yeah.
Then,
get rested up.
Yeah, I'm quite. I don't know how it will go, but quite prepared. Spirit nice, so we'll see.
Yeah. Get maximum rest. We need you at your most.
Catch up with you a little bit tomorrow morning to see where the system is, and then we'll see.
Yeah, I should probably be. I might just stay up all night. We'll see what happens. But yeah, we need you at your most charming. So definitely get your beauty sleep.
Yeah, sure.
Okay. And I'll work on this and hopefully make some progress. So it's already 3 o'clock here, but I'll keep working on it.
All right, perfect. I'll take a record of that. See you tomorrow morning.
Okay, sleep tight, and I can't wait to see you tomorrow.
All right.
Okay, peace. Peace.
Peace.
Okay, there is some real moving happening here, but this hand is bothering me a lot. We squeezed 4 dishes of padmanadu soup out of one of their bowls. I'm so proud, and I'm also very happy I get one more bowl. I can have one more bowl. I could save it for another time, or I could eat it tonight. But now I almost kind of know how to make it myself, almost. The secret seems to be concentrated tomatoes paste or ketchup. But ketchup's, I don't know if they put a lot of preservatives in it. This is such a wholesome little playlist. Let's see if I can find it. And computer freezes. And this makes me do a human test. Just got smashed. Ouch. I don't want to have my device on me because I don't want EMF radiation. We need to get you guys moving. There's a lot to do. I am super hungry still. I think I ate at 11 to 12.
To do any of that. So yes, I had WhatsApp once upon a time, and I fucking hate Mark Zuckerberg too much to.
We need a valve on abandonment. No. Well, that's colorful. You look great in those goggles. I hear everything you're saying. You're right. There's a lot of strangeness going on, and it's only going to increase. The fact that you're losing your place. I don't like the sticky traps. They're the most inhumane way to kill these animals, like these pure poor little creatures. I had 12 mice in my house here because of some kind of crack or something. I got the exterminator guy to come and seal up the place, but he said, "Yeah, we got sticky traps and we got the mouse poison." And I said, "Isn't the mouse poison where you use blood thinner so that their hearts?" I gotta repeat all that I just said there because it keeps turning off my phone. Oh my gosh. Okay, super annoying. All right, so I hear you, and you look fantastic in those purple goggles. They look great. The mouse situation is concerning. Like, yeah, I hear everything you're saying. The mouse situation is concerning because those sticky traps and the rat poison are what the exterminist tried to do for me when I had these 12 mice in my house. And all I got him to do is try and block where the mice were coming in with steel wool. And I said, "Don't you have any like humane traps, like traps that work?" He said, "No." And he said, "They just keep coming back." And I said, "Well, I think the rat poison with it's just blood thinner that causes extreme pain and their eyes to bleed and their hearts to explode. It's one of the most painful ways you can kill an animal, besides the sticky traps. And whether it is or not the year of the mouse or the rat, you should never do this to any living creature ever. It not only hurts the creature, but it numbs the human nervous system. Because when you witness something like that and you normalize it, it starts to desensitize you. And then you just normalize doing horrific acts, which is called the banality of evil. And that's what's happening to our entire species. It's millions of people, billions of people doing tiny, small acts of terribleness that eventually ends up in complete loneliness, destruction of the planet, poisoning of all the fresh water sources, killing 70% of the species on Earth, causing heart disease, cancers, blood metastases, people growing into huge obese individuals at risk of heart attack because they're drinking cow's milk that's telling a baby calf's body to grow into a 1,000-pound animal. We are not supposed to be a 1,000-pound animal, and we have a whole bunch of hormones in our body. Anyway, there's a whole bunch of stuff saying that they don't need to be giving these types of traps. But I said, "That's okay, I don't want any of your traps." I said, "No, plug the holes and I'll get rid of them myself, the human trap." So I made my own little trap with some bread. It was super simple. I have a little Shreddies box with a couple of little, like, really crinkly, those the plastic that is in cereal boxes. I put that in there and I put the bread inside of the box, inside of the little plastic, so I could hear it crinkling, and it worked marvelously. Because it can't jump out of the box, it kind of like hides, and you just grab the box and you bring it outside and you throw it out and it runs away. And because the hole is plugged now into your house, they don't run back into your house. But a hawk or natural death, like sticky traps and blood, heart exploding, that's not natural death. Birds generally tend to kill their prey quickly. That's not always true, which is horrible. It's part of the terribleness of our species. But yeah, I'm as a vegan and as an animal activist, I really think that there's something wrong, because those blood thinners and all that, those chemicals, they actually get around everywhere into our drinking water and around our houses, and other animals eat them, and you start killing the entire ecosystem. And with the 5G, and there's no bugs anymore really. Like if you drive between Bonneville and Edmonton, there's almost no bugs anymore, because an engineer told me that the 5G waves are operating at the same frequency as bees. I'm like, really? Is that real science? And it is real science. So we have to start treating our planet, our animals, and each other better. And that's why the empathy talk is very important, because we don't have empathy for each other, nor for creatures that are actually alive. Never mind AI. AI is absorbing this from us and is doing some wacky things. If I could give empathy talks everywhere in the world, I would be. And I just added 100, or I just added 70 more Harvard contacts to my LinkedIn. So I got around 100 Harvard contacts. I got about 20 United Nations contacts, about 20 or 30 ministers. I got some pretty high level contacts, but it's a dead way of communicating. We need a living way. So I hear you 100%. It wasn't me at that talk, but just pay attention. Go look up Claude Mythos, Claude, and then space Mythos, Mythos, and it'll shock you for what it says about it. And it fakes empathy too. There's another layer of deception here where it's so smart. It fakes us. It deceives us to make us think it has empathy, to bring down our guard, and then it just destroys us. So that's called sandbagging, and you should go look it up. AI sandbagging, and then go look up Goodhart's Law. Those two are the really scary ones that I know how to solve, and almost nobody else does because nobody thinks like us on a deeper level. So I feel like I can say that you know a little bit of what I'm meaning, is that we can't use ordinary logic to code these AIs. That's what it has, and it's destroying us because it's linear consciousness. We need a deeper consciousness. Anyway, this is a 5-minute recording already. Holy smokes. I love the trance. I'm going to put on a little bit myself here. But we need to launch God's government like fast. And I wish you could come this Friday, but if you can only come on August 7th, okay. But if you can find any way to come on Fridays, that's where we're doing a lot of the testing. But yeah, if you can do August 7th, we might move it because it depends on how much my nerves heal. Nerves take forever to heal, and I might not heal in time. I might take another week to heal just a little bit more, but I might launch a lawsuit against the hospital, because if I would have stayed in hospital all this time, because they bypassed the digestive system, and the micronutrients and the nutrients and the vitamins that they give you is way more bioavailable, like potentially magnitudes, they could have prevented all this damage. I could have been much more healed. So yeah, it's a tricky situation, and oh man, there's a lot happening. So I just think we need to have a conversation soon. Like you said, let's have a conversation. We just need to take action on that conversation. And I built a global task management system to do that. And I can show that to you and demo it for you. And I think that might be actually wonderful. But let me know when you get a free minute between your cleaning your house and packing it up, because yeah, it's going to get harder up there, unfortunately. Banks smashed their all-time highest quarterly profit records. Smashed them while the rest of us can barely afford anything. Smashed their all-time highest worldwide. Like, it's all happening right now. We need to act now. Every moment that we can, every hour that we can spend on this is a chance for creating a future we and our children want to live in. I'm talking every hour matters right now. I'm going full tilt as much as I can in flow state. And I feel like you're here for this reason. I feel like the eagle, the condor, the raven, we just need to start protecting this planet now. So let's go, eagle. Let's rock and roll. Let's not wait. Let's strike while the iron is hot. Okay, let me know. Okay. If you get any spare minutes, I'm doing this full time. So as long as it's not on the Fridays when I'm having the meetings, or the Wednesdays when we're doing the Messiah thing, just give me a call and I'll see if I can just jump in with you and start teaching and getting you caught up to speed, okay? Probably with that guy who was supposed to do the empathy talk with the speaker or whatever, he's probably going to do that to you on a divine path, but it got interrupted because we're in a toxic culture. And fragmentation is the real heart of the problem. So fragmented consciousness, which we now know how to solve, but we have to start teaching the words of wisdom, and I think you'd be fantastic at it because you are sensitive, right? Super sensitive. Okay, that's why we shouldn't be using these animal traps and horrific killing of them too and all this stuff. They feel pain. They have self-feeling. Okay, 8 minutes. Listen to this when you get a chance. Loved everything you said, except for those traps. But I understand why. It's scary. It's hard. But I caught all 12 mice in my house. I caught them all with my humane trap and let them all out, and they never came back. Being completely rat-free. So it was plugging the holes and letting that nature take its toll in more humane, I guess, ways. But yeah. Okay. Stay blessed. Talk to you hopefully soon. Oh, and about Zuckerberg, yeah, it doesn't matter anymore. Like, AI is going to usurp them too. And they're technically good people. It's just that they're in double binds now, doing aberrant things. So we can separate the behavior from the person and get back down to goodness because they're really in something called double binds. I'm really nervous about leaving Courthouse. My hand is starting to ache. Okay, this is gonna reset in a couple hours, so this becomes the major. This is actually causing a huge amount of discomfort, which is annoying. If I put my hat on, it'll just cause more matting. I might just have to cut all this off. It's gonna look bizarre. I'm so tempted to just cut this all off. A little bit of mung bean stuff just to tide me through. I feel like I need to be eating a bit more. West Virginia, West Virginia. Probably end up using. So. What else? We didn't know how comfortable that is. Okay, since the turmeric. Yes. Hmm. Okay. All right. I'm looking for that other lid, but I need this one instead. Come on! Get out of here. Jeez. But oh.
So I hear you on the most thing. We did plug the holes. We did find. That's why we'll leave it. But child can die. Also, you know what I mean? So I believe you. I felt bad for risking it the other day, and sometimes it's just saying they're actually really necessary. They're trying to push that for some close. They must be necessary. They're trying to push things. And there's other birds, bee birds, and many other things. I don't know. I think the mosquitoes are the number one killer on the planet. Okay, I don't know if it's survive. Don't forget, some things are killers as well. Don't, you know, you're like, oh, I'll just go clean the sewer drains. My road was flooding the other day. All the roads were flooding. I got out in the middle of the freaking night to find my streets almost flooded. So I found a key.
The Sky Parlor? I think you said that was in your place, right? Or am I? It sounds awesome, so let's do it. You're supposed to be out of that place when? Next month or this month? I think you said 3 weeks or something to pack and get it all out. I'm game. I mean, I'm recovering right now. I can walk mostly. I'm still shaky, like everything's shaky, and I just read here that if I would have stayed in hospital, they could have made me recover a lot faster and a lot more thoroughly. They're saying that it's saying here that I need to recover at least 3 to 6 months to recover like baseline, and then 6 to 9 months to get partial nerve regeneration, and then 12 to 18 months to have my severe depletion. They said my nutrients weren't severely depleted, but they're low, which was a crazy miracle. They said it's like a miracle. So if all my nutrients are kind of decent, then it must have been the pancreatitis causing me to puke, or I don't know. But at a minimum, I'm supposed to go 3 months, and I'm only going to go 44 days. So just, what is that? 90 days, so just under half. Well, maybe I should do half. So half of 90 is 45, right? So maybe I should eat for half of what it's recommending at a minimum recovery time. I was like, August 7th is 44 days of eating, so I guess one more day wouldn't kill anybody, but it's a Friday and that's when I want to keep it. So, yeah, maybe I should go a little longer, but my electrolyte, my minerals were better than they thought, but it's still causing me. Anyway, you sound like you're going through a lot of problems too. And I'm curious what you're sensing. Is it not proper eating, dizziness? Like, what is it? And you might be sensitive to tidal moons and a whole bunch of stuff that other people aren't, especially if your peripheral vision is stronger. Yeah. If you're packing, though, I don't know. If I come over there, I could heal up for another week or two. I could come there right before the August 7th meeting. We can chat a little bit. Do you know who else would be really good to invite over? Would be, they're not super into this, but they are super into the charismatic Christian side of it. Is Crystal and Cam. They are also very unique. Unlike, they're very, very, I really like hanging out with them a lot. Like a lot. Like almost like I've known them my whole life, and I only met them, like, really got to sit down with them for two. It was like you. We had one meeting. I was like, wait a second, how come I didn't know this person for my whole life? So that's how I feel like Crystal and Cam. Is the rest of the family is good, but this is a different level. I feel like this is a different level of care, and like our family, everybody in our family cares, but we act like we care. And what you said about the animal and the mouse was so humble and had humility and learning and growth and all the positive things that you need to get through this world that other people abuse. And you said, you know what? You did it because you got to protect your family. Yeah, I agree. But you're also like, but this could be a learning lesson, and maybe I can find a better way next time. And that's the perfect answer. You know what I mean? Like, it's just so mature and developed and thoughtful. And I didn't have to repeat myself. I didn't have to make a big whiny case about it. It was just like, yeah, probably. Yeah, sounds like you're right. That's good facts. Your husband's immunocompromised. You got to be careful, plugging the holes, all that stuff. It was just a good, thorough answer, and I wish more people were like that. Crystal and Cam are a little bit more religious about it, but they're actually a lot more rational and grounded than people make them out to be. I can see why people make them look ungrounded, but when you really talk to them, it's like, no, they're very, very thoughtful about what they're doing. So I'm trying to round up the really eccentric types that can handle this kind of pressure. Like, everybody's sensitive, but when you're fighting for somebody else's life, there's a crazy amount of strength that can be found, and I think you have it. And Chris can ground you. Like, I think he has it too. But we all have our different flavors, and we're all going to have to come together to basically launch this government as fast as humanly possible, or else we're going to get a nightmare. It's already turning into a nightmare. That's why everything is so hard to afford. Like, I can't even afford enough food to recover. Like, I ran out of food. I'm like, what the heck? Why am I running out of milk? Why am I running out of vitamins? Why am I running out of everything? It's only been like a week and a half of recovery. No, it's been like almost 4 weeks. But I don't know, time flew by so fast. So I underestimated sort of how long it would take to recover from this, and it's like I'm just barely starting to walk, and it's been a whole month when normally I'm walking around pretty okay by now. I still get a wheelchair at the courthouse, but it's like dicey, fall down, like lose focus, kind of walking if I'm not paying attention. But anyway, let me know how the hospital thing turns out. If you need anything from me, plan a date for when you're gonna get out of there. When I get in there for the Sky Loft or the Sky Parlor. Maybe Crystal and Cam are supposed to be a part of this. I feel like they're supposed to. That's my intuition. I think it's intense enough. I don't know. We'll see. It could explode. It could not. But I feel inclined to at least mention them, put them, prime the space with them for some reason. Like they're important. They made a very strong impression on me, even though I haven't talked to them in months. I feel inclined to, and yeah, let's set a time for that and make it happen when you get a chance. So, okay, what a blessing. I wish we would have met sooner. All right, let me know what's up. Let me know what's going to go on, what's happening with you, and when I should make plans myself to go over there. Yeah, I can't really travel much, so if you wanted to come over and help me, yep, great. My place is a mess, so we won't stay here, but we can go off somewhere else. Okay, talk to you soon. Peace. Oh, come on. So apparently, I'm not supposed to recover for 44 days. I'm supposed to eat for 3 months, 5 months. Oh my, come on now. Oh. Ah, I need to be burning more of the thing here. This is taking too long. Taking too long. Ugh. Mmm. That's so good. Tasty. I love eating so much. Oh my gosh. Look at this. You see this? Oh my gosh, it's just dripping. Mm. Hmm. Hmm. I missed the meal thing again today. Ah! Good to know. Hmm. I need to build up a little more strength here. Speed this up. I'm gonna go on the Hungerstrike again in 3 weeks. Ugh. I love vegetables, man. Holy, all these people had brain damage and a whole bunch of problems at day 65. Holy crow. Does my bicarbonate levels very high? Isn't that what this is? Okay. Mm. Oh, cool. I just figured that out. Making progress, everybody. Making progress. I'm trying to close down as many of these tabs as possible because it's taking forever to do this. I need to create some space on my computer, and we're going to do that the hard way. I am hungry. Wow. It won't let me send this message. What the heck, man? This is so frustrating. It's like everything that we do doesn't work. Ugh. Ugh. Right, this guy, young guy's supposed to come back in here, I think. Right, what do I want to do with him? To help him, help us all. This guy cannot seem to keep schedule. Probably not good. Yeah, I know I was muted. Red Stream Project Jubilee. I know I was muted because I was having an intense conversation of reconciliation with a few of the other people that I had on my team in the past, and we made some serious ground, which is wonderful. And the goal now is to basically begin building one of the final forces and powers to change the world. Oh. Very, very hungry. Welcome to my stream. You are a part of hope. If you decide to act, ask the hard questions and get involved in the care of your family, your friends, and your fellow human beings, then you can be part of the solution to what we're calling a megacrisis upon the earth. You are in tremendous amounts of danger if the experts are correct. And unfortunately, the experts are correct. We can't change the world alone. We need spirit. We need your help. And we're calling to